at the conference, first conference on MIKTA in Poland. Now, without further ado, I now would like to ask Deputy Dean of the faculty, Professor Maciej Raś, to take the floor.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, dear guests. It's my enormous honor and pleasure to welcome you to the newly opened building of the University of Warsaw with state-of-art facilities. No? No? It works. It works. It works. It works. It works.
Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy.
Maybe it's one. Okay, so once again, morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, dear guests. It's my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the newly opened building of the University of Warsaw that belongs to the faculty, mostly to the Faculty of Modern Languages, but generally belongs to the whole university. I would also like to greet officials and professors from MIKTA countries participating in our conference online. At the Faculty of Political Science of the University of Warsaw, it became a custom to organize academic conferences dedicated to a particular topic for the first time in Poland. Our today's conference is not the exception. MIKTA is not well-known international institutional entity in our country, in Poland, even though Poland has excellent relations with all MIKTA countries and is considered as middle power since the occurrence of the term in international relations theory and practice after the Second World War. Our faculty has more than 10 cooperation agreements with universities and think tanks from Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. In the current academic year, we host 66 students from MIKTA member countries, together with other 500 from all continents at undergraduate, master, and PhD studies. Among them, 47 students, short time, 3 month, under 3 month scholarship offered by ISMA project. I believe that today's conference will not only start a regular joint research on the MIKTA in Poland, but also will enhance further development of professors and students exchange between our faculty and partners from MIKTA countries. Wishing you fruitful proceedings and discussion today, I would like to thank the embassies of MIKTA countries, especially the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, which holds the chairmanship of this cross-regional grouping, for cooperation in organizing this event together with the Department of Regional and Global Studies of our faculty and students' associations at my faculty. Personally, I regret that I cannot stay longer with you during that conference due to my professional, mostly academic obligations, but I hope the discussion will be fruitful, proceedings as well. And once again, thank you very much for all of you, especially to our special guest. And my personally, I would like to express my gratefulness to Ambassador Tomasz Łukaszuk, who is spiritus movens of that conference and main organizer from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. Now I would like to ask Her Excellency Anita Lider-Hulima, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Poland, to take the floor. Thank you.
It works. Yeah, it works. Thank you. Honorable Vice Dean of the Faculty of Political Science and International Relations, Professor Maciej Raś, My dear colleagues, MICTA ambassadors and head of missions, Ambassador Thomas Lukasuk, distinguished speakers, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dzień dobry. May peace be upon us all. Thank you for the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies of the University of Warsaw for organizing today's seminar entitled 10 Years of MICTA, Strengthening Global Governance and Multilateralism. Today's seminar is part of the public awareness and outreach program of MICTA to the wider audience that is essential to interchange perspectives and exercises regarding what MICTA has experienced over the past decades, as well as how we envision MICTA's future role. Since initiated at the informal meeting of G20 foreign ministers in Los Cabos, Mexico in February 2012, and formally established in the foreign ministers meeting in Anga, New York in 2013, MICTA, as a cross-regional grouping of G20 member nations, consists of Mexico, Indonesia, South Korea, Turkey, and Australia, has continuously played its role as a part of solution, as a bridging role between developed and developing nations, guided by shared values such as democracy, respect for international law, multilateralism, and international cooperation. For the past 10 years, MICTA members have been the active contributors to major international forums, and MICTA, as the middle power forum, plays a constructive role in the international environment, serving as a cross-regional consultative platforms which increases mutual understanding, deepen bilateral ties, and helps to find common ground for cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, against these backdrops, under Indonesian chairmanship in MICTA, with its three priorities, namely strengthening multilateralism, inclusive recovery, and digital transformation, MICTA has issued 10 joint statements in various international fora, including on issues related to natural disaster, human rights, women empowerment. MICTA has been discussed on possible synergies in reinvigorating multilateralism at the fourth MICTA policy planning consultation in Yogyakarta this year, and to launch concrete initiatives on pressing global development issues such as joint project in enhancing agricultural productivity in Africa at the third MICTA Development Cooperation Network in Bali also this year. And for the remaining Indonesian chairmanship, before handing over its chairmanship to Mexico at the end of this year, Indonesia continues to conduct outreach programs to the academics, young diplomats, young leaders, speakers of the parliament, and also to the to have a health innovation meeting to increase awareness and promote MICTA as a global regional partnership. During the high-level week of the 78th ANGA, in her capacity as chair of MICTA, Indonesian Foreign Minister convened the 24th MICTA Foreign Ministerial Meeting and focusing the agenda of discussion on two main issues that hold significant importance as foundation in contributing to the strengthening of global governance and multilateralism, namely, first, concrete follow-up of MICTA leaders' directives that discussed at the first MICTA leaders meeting at the sidelines of New Delhi G20 in September this year, presided by Indonesian President as the current chair of MICTA. This is to continue to be the positive force at a time of unparalleled multidimensional crisis. MICTA has to be a voicing out to renewed multilateralism that is inclusive and equal, the right to development for all countries, and a more resilient and greener global economy. Second, the discussion focused on deepening MICTA's cooperation in relevant multilateral and regional fora. MICTA must continue to speak with one voice on issues of common concerns such as climate change, SDGs and digital transformation. MICTA has to promote global governance that elevates the voice of the most vulnerable, and also MICTA have to work together to form consensus on the current vision of the future multilateralism. Indonesia believes that MICTA has the credentials to influence and to fine-tune global agendas, since all MICTA members are members of G20. MICTA's economies are robust, generate almost 10% to global trade, and MICTA plays distinct roles in their respective region. My colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will explore more on Indonesia's role in MICTA's chairmanship at the panel discussion on, namely with the theme of the role of MICTA in the international global order later. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish at the end of the seminar, the participants of the seminar will only deepen more understandings of MICTA and its role in this challenging global landscape. To conclude, once again, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, especially for Ambassador Thomas Lukasuk for assisting us to make it happen today's seminar, and also for the two my dear colleagues, the head of missions of MICTA and our team, for the good cooperation to support this enlightening event. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now I would like to ask His Excellency Juan Sandor, dear Ambassador of Mexico to Poland, to take the floor. You prefer?
Yeah, I prefer to do it from here. Very good morning. Dear Professor Maciej Raś, of the faculty, dear Professor Lukaszuk, dear colleagues and excellencies from Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, professors, members of the faculty, students, all, it is a pleasure for me to be with you this morning on today, that is the 78th anniversary of the United Nations, and in particular amongst the young students of political science, international relations, and diplomacy, to celebrate the first 10 years of our MICTA group. As my colleague and friend from the Republic of Indonesia, Ambassador Anita Luhulima, has made, she has been on an outstanding job in presenting in her own terms what MICTA is and what we stand for, since we are an informal but well-organized and coordinated group of 5 nations. We are, as MICTA, a somewhat interesting team, aren't we? This is not a cluster of nations that follows a regional or common cultural pattern, or even a homogeneous level of economic development. Neither we are not like-minded in all topics. On the contrary, at a first glance, you could almost argue that as such, MICTA projects more the difference of each of its members rather than a clear set of common features or like-mindedness. Saying so, let us consider what we have in common. Where are the advantages that derive from a group of a very diverse countries? All we are G20 members that account for a combined GDP in excess of $7 trillion and a population that represents more than the 7% of the world's population. Together, the MICTA countries, we are able to mobilize more than the 10% of the world's trade, and each of our own economies are essential to global supply chain, despite the global disruptions brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, the ups and downs of the most important stock and bond markets of the world, not to mention the reappearance of violent international conflict, not only the last few years, but also in the last few weeks, as we are seeing. When Mexico and partners took on the initiative to launch MICTA at the 78th UN General Assembly back in September 2013, the fact that it was created as an informal group did not distract us from our 3 core objectives. First, to foster bilateral relations as well as political dialogue amongst its members. Second, to ignite exchange and cooperation projects. And third, to promote and to conduct a common dialogue on a set of common approaches within a larger foreign international organizations such as the United Nations itself, the G20, the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, to mention the most important of them. By proposing these three main objectives, the governments of Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, we set ourselves the fundamental task of contributing to what we should identify as our most important common foundation. We, all five, we believe in multilateralism. We believe in the uniqueness of the United Nations system as the main multilateral forum to find common solutions to our shared problems. Thus, we are convinced that global governance is the way to adopt positive and constructive solutions that empower us to better face our shared global challenges. Not less important in the MICTA agenda is the advancement of sustainable development and ensuring a global economic system that is fair and equitable for us. At this crucial time, after 10 years of its inception, our collaboration can make a difference and lead us towards a brighter and more sustainable future for all nations and their citizens. There is no question that in a geopolitical context characterized by tensions and confrontation, MICTA will remain a force for dialogue and global solidarity. MICTA countries, we are not expecting to dominate our neighbors or to be recognized or gain leadership as major regional powers. That's already a fact. We are more concerned to work for the well-being of our peoples. We believe the world should continue to privilege diplomacy and negotiation over all other options. That is the only path to peace, stability, and prosperity. As such, Mexico is convinced of the great value of MICTA, and we believe that together we can do much more. It is our wish and interest that we broaden the areas of like-mindedness, cooperation, and dialogue, that we expand our coordination in all international fora and mechanisms in which we participate, and that to the extent of our regional and global interests, we extend our dialogue to other countries and mechanisms. In these regards, MICTA also functions as a platform that integrates the concerns and solutions that non-member countries may want to either propose, for instance, by using the partnerships that a group such as MICTA allows, and voicing and elevating through us their own issues of interest, which can be funding for economic development and entrepreneurship or political dialogue in a larger multilateral fora such as the G20. Contrary but not in opposition to a more officialized group such as the BRICS, MICTA was not formed with a specific influential political, economic, fiscal, or financial agenda. Despite our differences in terms of the economic development today, the economies of the MICTA countries are among the more open in the world. We as a group will stand for free markets without leaving behind the importance of a robust social agenda that secures the welfare of our society as set in Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, our cultural heritage, and last but not least, the ultimate respect for the international rule of law. As we approach 2024, the year that, as has been mentioned, Mexico will coordinate the works and collaboration of MICTA, I would like to stress the windows of opportunity that my country finds in the group. Mexico will promote its interests in other regions outside Northern Latin America in order to diversify and strengthen our associations with non-traditional partners that have been international relevance, and thus promote the priorities of our foreign policy, and to participate in the most relevant issues of international agenda, assuming global convenience and responsibility. This constitutes, for sure, issues of huge importance, particularly when we are witnessing not only the return of the use of force, we are witnessing a war of aggression, but we are also experiencing dramatic economic change. Economists around the world are having problems using fixed terms such as emerging economies, when all countries in the world, developed and less developed, experience levels of inflation that impacted all of us more or less in the same way. As Mexico will receive the coordination of MICTA next year, we will seek to place women at the center of economic recovery efforts and the decision-making processes. We will also promote greater convergence between the development cooperation agendas of the 5 countries with a view to exploring joint triangular cooperation projects. But leveraging our combined resources and expertise, we expect to put each of the 5 countries' capacities to work together more effectively. MICTA's future success is assured because we are in the correct side of history, because we think the world needs to work along the path of dialogue and cooperation, and because we will continue with our historic tradition as constructive and responsible nations seeking to contribute to global prosperity, to fulfill the commitments of Agenda 2030 and the SDGs, and the building of sustainable peace. By this, by the way, not a challenge but profound commitment of a generation, considering the resources of violent conflict we are all witnessing. At this very moment, the international system needs whatever multilateral tools, formal or informal, MICTA is one of them. As we enter our second decade as group, let us work to strengthen and broaden MICTA's reach to the benefit of global governance and its institution, and to continue living in a rules-based world that are badly needed by the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now I would like to ask His Excellency Ambassador Hun Min Lin, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Republic of Poland, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Maciej Ras and professors of the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, University of Warsaw, distinguished presenters and panels, MICTA ambassadors and colleague staffs, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Dobrej, and welcome all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the faculties of Political Science and International Studies, the University of Warsaw, and the Embassy of Indonesia for today's conference. I particularly appreciate experts from 5 MICTA countries for being with us despite of time differences. 2 ambassadors have already explained the history and background of MICTA in varying detail, so I'd like to focus on today's theme. Today's conference on strengthening global governance and multilateralism cannot be more timely. Since its launch in 2013 as a cross-regional partnership based on multilateralism, we 5 MICTA countries have consistently supported the strengthening of global governance and multilateralism. However, the dynamics of international order are becoming increasingly complex in the opposite direction. We continue to see elements of instability and uncertainty undermining the international order. The US-China strategic competition is intensifying. The rules of trade are being challenged, and supply chains are being reshaped. We are even witnessing the invasion on the territory of a sovereign state. As all these challenges interlock with each other, leading to a fierce and complex competition among countries, the crisis of multilateralism has now become the most serious and urgent topic of the international community. In fact, in a speech at the UN General Assembly last month, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres darkly predicted the future of the UN as reform or rupture, calling for multilateralism to be remade for the 21st century. Ironically, however, the international community is facing a paradoxical situation that requires more international cooperation at a time when the multilateral space required for the international cooperation is shrinking. Many are now emphasizing that countries that share these concerns must begin common efforts to restore multilateralism and global governance. And I believe that the MICTA 5 countries can demonstrate leadership in these efforts of the international community. I hope that today's meeting will be an opportunity to explore what role MICTA can play in strengthening global governance and multilateralism as a task at hand, beyond discussing its achievements over the past decade. Today, many professors of the political science and international studies of the University of Warsaw, the best university in Poland, are participating in this conference. I'm confident that it will enable us to exchange more comprehensive views and ideas. I look forward to active and meaningful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now I would like to ask Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Turkey, Mr. Çağdaş Bilgin, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished academics, participants of the MICTA conference, and dear students. I would like to begin by expressing our gratitude to the Ambassador of Indonesia, Her Excellency Anita Lydia Luhilima, for her initiative in organizing this event. This conference creates a great opportunity to introduce MICTA as well as its vision and aims to the Polish public and students. Dear guests, we aim to take concrete steps to increase MICTA's visibility in the international fora to tackle the global challenges. Global health, effective migration management, and food security were our priorities during Turkey's chairmanship. We have issued 22 joint statements and held 77 joint activities. 47 of these were by our diplomatic missions. Our collaboration extended to 25 countries and 8 international organizations. The first ever MICTA leaders gathering on the margins of the G20 Bali Summit. First meeting of the MICTA Plus format in New York with the participation of Poland and engagement of our respective national institutions on further thematic issues were other important steps in our cooperation. Dear guests, as MICTA enters its second decade, our country's commitment to multilateralism and international cooperation is all the more crucial. MICTA leaders meeting at the sidelines of the G20 summit in New Delhi and its joint press statement reflected this reality. Our leaders entrusted us with a challenging yet an important task of further strengthening our collaboration. Complex and intersecting crises such as pandemic, geopolitical conflicts and wars, climate change, food insecurity continue to dominate the international agenda. The surge in terrorism, extremist tendencies, alongside the growing intolerance, discrimination and xenophobia are causes for great concern. In this environment, MICTA's shared vision and values makes and will continue to make a difference. It is now imperative to reinvigorate multilateralism in an innovative manner in order to rebuild trust in international fora. We have to prioritize a sound, inclusive, representative, transparent, democratic, and effective global system. Distinguished guests, we are happy that MICTA common sense represents a successful practice in that regard. Therefore, Turkey welcomes Indonesia's priorities for MICTA and will continue to extend support for their implementation. We are pleased to observe the impetus we have generated is continuing during the Indonesian chairmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, all MICTA countries are prominent actors in their respective regions and have leading roles in international arrangements. We are acting together in integrating our common areas of interest or concern into the agendas of the respective regional and international organizations where we participate. It is encouraging that all MICTA countries are fully engaged in events coordinated by the rotating presidencies of MICTA, such as this conference, which will contribute to interaction among academia and youth. Turkey will remain fully engaged in taking forward MIKTA and advancing a constructive role for it within the international community. We will also continue to strongly support the decisions of the New Delhi Summit. Lastly, I would like to extend my gratitude to the University of Warsaw and the Embassy of Indonesia for organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now His Excellency Lloyd Broderick, Ambassador of Commonwealth of Australia to the Republic of Poland. Please, the floor is yours.
Let's see, this one, that might be better. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, students, I'm very pleased to be here today representing the A in MIKTA, alongside my friends from Indonesia, Mexico, Korea, and Turkey. And thank you very much to the University of Warsaw and to our dear colleague, the Ambassador of Indonesia, for helping to make this event possible. In fact, I'm very grateful to the University of Warsaw and the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies for this event, marking 10 years of MIKTA, with the very appropriate theme, Strengthening Global Governance and Multilateralism. I'm also pleased and grateful that Melissa Conley-Tyler, the Executive Director of the Asia-Pacific Development, Diplomacy and Defence Dialogue, or AP4D, is participating in the first panel discussion today from Australia. I find it heartening that there's such great interest in MIKTA from Poland, an EU and NATO member, and from this university in our group, and I'm looking forward very much to the panel discussions. As we've heard, MIKTA is a diverse, cross-regional arrangement of 5 middle powers, all G20 countries, united by a deep mutual regard for each other and a commitment to work together to build consensus and seek collective solutions to global challenges. Each MIKTA country shares a desire for a stable and prosperous world in which rules and sovereignty are respected. Our enduring priority areas for cooperation are energy transition, counter-terrorism and security, peacekeeping, trade and economy, gender equality, good governance, and sustainable development. As MIKTA, we utilise our collective influence and voice to try and shape the world for the better. Together we promote a world where every nation can pursue its own aspirations, where no country dominates and no country is dominated. After 10 years, the priorities in MIKTA's founding mandate have never been more important, focusing on bridging divides in the multilateral system, protecting public goods, and strengthening global governance. As we've heard, over the past 10 years, MIKTA has held 20 foreign ministers' meetings, 11 senior officials' meetings, and published 51 joint statements and 15 communiques. That's quite a strong and active program. We all clearly see value in being part of MIKTA, including as a mechanism for frank exchanges of views between us. And the international community increasingly recognises our efforts. Australia strongly supports Indonesia's leadership as 2023 MIKTA chair, and we welcome Indonesia's focus on strengthening the multilateral system, championing inclusive recovery, and progressing digital transformation. As we look forward, we see MIKTA as continuing to actively help shape the world we want to live in and the rules we want to live by. We'll continue to do this by highlighting the importance of the multilateral system, international law, and the principles of the United Nations Charter, helping to find pragmatic and creative solutions to regional and global challenges, particularly in meeting economic, social, and environmental development needs, and helping to find common ground and enhancing dialogue between regions. And in concluding, it's worth noting, I think, that MIKTA has also been successful in further building the links between our 5 countries collectively and also individually, and which you can see exhibited here today. Thank you very much, and I look forward to having discussions with you during the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much, ambassadors. Now we have a short coffee break, and 10:25 we'll meet again for the first panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
ask the we'll start our panel, Concept of Middle Power in International Relations. I would like to ask Professor Senju Kang from Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security to take the floor. Professor, the screen is yours. Professor? Yes.
Me go first?
Yes, please.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank you for having me here. I am glad that I take part in a conference celebrating the 10th anniversary of MICTA. The international environment in which MICTA exists today is starkly different from when it was created in 2013. So it is only natural to question whether the concept of middle powers, including MICTA, is still valid. So what do we mean by middle powers? Middle powers is basically a material physical concept. Middle powers in terms of capabilities rank between the great powers and the small powers that make up the majority of states in the international system. Material capabilities matter because they motivate countries to seek enhanced status in the international system, act more confidently on the international scene, and devote more resources and energy to foreign policy. While material capability is a prerequisite for middle power status, a country needs to combine such capabilities with foreign policy in order to be a middle power, which is directed towards multilateralism, coalition building, and niche diplomacy. Material capabilities enable middle powers to pursue activist policies, but how their activism becomes manifested in practice depends on a number of factors, most importantly, stability in international order. During the Cold War, middle powers in Europe and Asia supported the United States in building and preserving the liberal international order. They benefited from the security and economic openness provided by this order and were committed to maintaining its stability. The post-Cold War era opened up new opportunities. This era was marked by the widespread diffusion of democracy and market reforms, the intensification of globalization, and the expansion of the liberal international order. The post-Cold War era benefited many countries around the world, some of which rose to new middle powers. New middle powers have participated actively in multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and forums such as the G20, where they have joined coalitions of like-minded states to pursue common goals. They have sought to play bridge-building roles between developed and developing countries in these organizations and to broaden the range of interests pursued by them, thus helping to increase their legitimacy. Middle powers who benefited from the liberal international order in turn helped to strengthen the liberal international order by playing active roles in international organizations, engaging in issue areas such as human rights, non-proliferation, conflict mediation, and promoting democratic and market economy norms. Having said that, recent backsliding in the liberal international order cast a shadow over middle powers' foreign policy activism. The main pillars of the liberal international order, such as the open trading regime, human rights, democratic governance, and management of global problems, are under growing pressure. And the world is witnessing signs of limited cooperation and long-term rivalry between the United States and China, and thus generating increasing uncertainty in international affairs. The geopolitical influx or geopolitical flux in the international system has severe implications for middle powers. The crucial question driving the middle power discourse in the 21st century is to understand the degrees of middle power engagement individually and collectively in bridging, mediating, and coalition building between the United States and China through institutional mechanisms. Is it possible at all for middle powers to help lock these two great powers in a stable and durable architecture through a multiplicity of instruments? The reshaping of the world order towards a better one, better than current one, necessitates a fundamental rethinking of middle powers' autonomous dynamics and the need to navigate the changing geometry of power. Therefore, it is worth emphasizing that middle power agencies are at a crucial juncture with a significant influence on shaping the international order. With a multifaceted approach, middle powers seem to have a great potential to balance between the rivals, the two great rivals. Middle powers have a myriad of options to strike a balance between the United States and China. In order to maintain stability in the world, middle powers can step up and in some aspects work towards expanding coordination on shared interest through new deals and creation of ad hoc institutions like MICTA, and strengthening economic resilience and interdependence, signaling their reserve for defense partnerships, refraining from zero-sum competition, and finally, making efforts toward bridging the United States and China competition into rules, which will promote stability along with an equilibrium balance of power. A world order in a transition phase poses challenges to middle power countries. How to respond to global shifts in the influence and power of the United States and China remains the most crucial challenge for middle powers. However, it would be wrong to presume that middle powers have little to no influence in the world order. While these powers are exposed to systemic shocks, they have large stakes in the international system. Unlike small powers with no vested interest or stakes, middle powers, on the contrary, can attempt to seek relative advantages from both China and the United States. Middle powers face a constant dilemma between whether to defend the status quo, adapt to the changing circumstances, or actively shape a new world order. Middle powers are not limited to mediating or arbitral roles. Middle powers can pool their resources so that they can develop and deepen horizontal networks. Middle powers need to commit themselves to multilateralism and work collectively to take responsibility for regional and global stability. It is one thing to say that middle powers can strike a balance between the United States and China if they all work together. In reality, breakthroughs in leadership, vision, and diplomacy are required for coalitions to harden into any kind of resembling former alliances. Arrangements requiring reciprocal obligations among stakeholders bolstered by a willingness to take risks for one another. Through intense cooperation in various institutional frameworks and engaging in multi-track diplomacy, middle powers can affect the global balance with a role for the preservation of the liberal international order. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Now I would like to ask Professor Dr. Ismail Erkam Sula from Ankara İdil Bayezid University to take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I feel privileged and honored to have the opportunity to speak at this audience. In my presentation, I will shortly talk about the concept of middle power and what role a middle power can play in contemporary global politics. In the main aim that we talk about when we talk about a state is to survive in an insecure environment and to secure what we call the national interest of the country. National interest is determined based on a combination of state-specific factors, which we usually take from three main levels. The first level that we look at when we define national interest is the government level. That is the policymakers and the leaders of the state. This may differ based on the regime type of the state, whether it is just one single leader or it is the government that we need to focus on in order to define the national interest. The other level is the domestic level or the state level, which we focus on the society, the citizens, and the popular public opinion inside the state in order to define how they determine the national interest of the country. Then a third level is the structure of the international system and the immediate neighborhood of the country, the regional environment that the country acts in. So the impact of these different determinants on the definition of a state's national interest may vary from one state to the other because each state has its own unique type of domestic politics, state-society relations, political regimes, history, and international or regional relations in its neighborhood. In daily politics, we are more interested in how national interest affects state behavior rather than how it is defined, right? So the question is how national interest affects state behavior, what states can or should do to achieve their national interest, or which specific types of behavior lead to the achievement of national interest. And this relationship between national interest and state behavior brings us to two following preconditions. And I think both of them are very important in the definition of middle power. The first one is the power status of a state. And the second one is the foreign policy vision or the strategy. Let's go on to the power status and start with that. State leaders and foreign policymakers need to realistically understand where their country stands in terms of their comparative power and the capacity in the regional and international system. In international relations, whether you achieve your aims is highly dependent on how much power you have, but power is not only limited to material capabilities. We need to have a kind of a holistic and wider approach to power. Although it is defined, it has usually been defined in terms of material like economic and military capabilities, like hard power, quote unquote. There is also an understanding that it has non-material aspects as well, which is usually called soft power in the power to influence or the power to win the hearts and minds of the people. This was the power status. The second important factor is the foreign policy vision or the strategy. Although foreign policy behavior is usually dependent on the comparative power of a state, in foreign policy, all state behavior usually serves towards the achievement of a specific purpose, which we sometimes call grand strategy. Right? Let me put it this way. If power status determines where you stand in international politics, the strategy determines where you are willing to go in international. Okay. Discussing the foreign policy vision of a state is usually where we also talk about ideal or non-material factors such as friendship, cultural or historical ties, such as prestige or identity. So power determines where you stand, identity, cultural ties, friendship, historical, other non-material factors determine where you are willing to go in your behavior, in your foreign policy behavior. Then these three factors, the power status and the vision or the strategy of a country are very much related to the definition of the concept of middle power in international politics. Middle powers are generally defined with reference to different factors such as the material, functional, and behavioral aspects of state. The material definition basically counts and compares the military and economic capabilities of a state. So a middle power should have considerable material capabilities, maybe less than great powers and more than small powers. This is a narrow and basic definition of middle. We can also have a functional definition which refers to the state's ability to influence certain key issue areas in global politics. Maybe not in all issue areas, but on specific areas such as the global governance of environment, human rights, migration, nuclear policies, peace and mediation, and the like. So the middle powers can functionally pick one of these issue areas and be influential in one of them. The behavioral definition is a kind of a more broader definition. Here we talk about the state should identify itself as a middle power and behave accordingly. A middle power then in the behavioral definition is both willing and able to take role and responsibility and then behave accordingly. So I want to conclude with some general prescriptions here. What type of foreign policy directions can a middle power follow in contemporary global politics? I will have 3 prescriptions. Maybe we can add more in the Q&A session. The first one is assuming responsibility in global politics is a tricky business. Middle powers should not exceed their power in their aspirations for taking roles in global politics, and their aspirations for greatness. Remember, in the end, it is the material capabilities that determine where you stand and that thing. Then, determining a foreign policy vision compatible with the power status and with realpolitik might be a good starting point for middle powers. The second prescription that I would have is middle powers might propose solutions and pursue multilateral actions against some global problems based on specific issue areas. They might increase their influence and prestige and will most likely have more maneuvering capacity in non-military issue areas, usually. Maybe health, environment, sustainability, human rights, migration, mobility. These issue areas are significantly important because they have the potential to create catastrophic, let's say, results in global politics for humanity, for human beings. Right? And then third, which I will conclude, is middle power prestige in international relations. Because having power is one thing and turning it into influence is another. Right? Prestige plays a very key role when turning power into influence. It has a multiplier effect in turning power into influence. Prestige is built gradually and over a long time, but states and their diplomats should be careful because it is lost very quickly and sometimes with middle powers can increase their prestige by picking up certain issue areas in global governance and increase their comparative influence in those issue areas. They should be consistent in both discourse and practice and for a considerable amount of time. This is all for now in these 10 minutes that I can talk. Maybe we can talk more about the issues in the Q&A session. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Now I would like to ask Dr. Melissa Conley-Tyler from Australia, Program Lead with the Asia-Pacific Development Diplomacy and Defense Dialogue. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the university and to the Australian Embassy in Warsaw for the invitation to be part of these discussions. I'm joining you today from far away in Australia, in the high country on the Great Dividing Range, the land of the Anawan people of Australia. I very much wish I was there with you. And I was thinking to myself, the last time I was in Warsaw, I was asked to speak on the topic the West, who are we? And I think I'll be covering some of the same ground today. For a country like Australia, which is part of the West, but we're east of Japan, and part of the global North, but we're next to Antarctica, middle power is actually a term that sort of makes sense to us. It gives us some idea of where we sit. Now, I think I've been asked to talk on the concept of middle powers. And it's one of those areas where I'd say the concept is perhaps murky in an academic sense, but in practice, it's actually not that hard to apply. And the fact that I just said that sentence shows you that I work at a think tank, not at a university, I think. So I used to be the head for 13 years of the Australian Institute of International Affairs, so the sister institute of your PISM. And when we hit our 80th anniversary, we looked at the journal we've been publishing all that time, the Australian Journal of International Affairs, and looked back at what are the topics we covered. And if you're looking back over 80 years, I kid you not, the most popular single topic was around middle powers. It is something that Australian academics and others around the world are obsessed by. So if anyone wants to do more research in this area, please do look at the Australian Journal of International Affairs. It's an excellent resource. But if I'm trying to simplify the debate, and I know I am simplifying the debate, I feel like the polls are between those who are primarily talking about middle powers in a descriptive sense. So they're talking about power, capacity. I think what Professor Kang was talking about is, material capability. Those descriptive elements. Whereas others are talking about it more in a normative sense, as in a way that middle powers should behave, and a particular way that they might behave in international affairs. Now, I think if you put it that starkly, I find both of those a little unsatisfied. So if you're talking about it, just as a sort of, normative side, I think you can get caught in cultural differences. You can say, okay, Australia, Canada, the Scandinavians, well, they're norm entrepreneurs. They built multilateralism. We think of them as middle powers, but I don't know, culturally, Mexico or Korea or Turkey are different and we don't think of them in the same way. I mean, that to me seems strange. That's putting a cultural aspect on it that I don't think makes sense. And I suppose I'm a little worried by being just about the descriptive side, about being power and capacity, because having those things doesn't mean you use them. And I'd probably use Indonesia as an example of that. Indonesia has not always had aspirations to use its power and capability in a way that shapes the world order. And we can talk about Javanese leading behind or whatever it is, but you can look over Indonesia's history that it hasn't necessarily seen itself in that way. Now, I would say in practice, it's actually not that hard. So middle powers are countries that have significant assets, material power, plus significant ambition to shape the international system. And I like the way Professor Sula put it as status and vision. I'm trying to be alliterative, assets and ambition, but I think we're talking about the same things. I would say all countries have some assets and they have some ambition, okay? And great powers that clearly have great assets and great ambition, and middle powers are just somewhere in between, okay? And in that sense, I think it's actually quite easy to spot a middle power when you see one. I don't think middle powers all use the same tools. So Professor Kang talked a bit about multilateralism and Professor Tula talked about bridge building. Those are things middle powers might do. But they might use others as well, would be my feeling. And it's really up to each country which of the tools of statecraft it decides to use and how it decides to use them to pursue what it thinks of as its national interest. So I wouldn't put them all in the same bucket. I'd say there's likely to be some similarities because of the place they occupy in the international system. So if I have as a practitioner, if I have anything of a theory of the world, it's that great powers want to do whatever great powers want to do, and middle powers want to bind them. They want to try to surround them with rules and norms and institutions and customs, and therefore they're likely to use a lot of those sort of tools. They're likely to coalition build because each middle power by itself will not be as powerful as middle powers in concert with others. So those are things middle powers might do, but I wouldn't say it's you have to do these things or you're not a middle power. They're just likely tools that might help you with your interests. Now, because I was thinking this is going to be very unsatisfactory for an academic audience, I was thinking I wanted to talk a little bit about metrics, because we are getting to the point where we have some metrics on these issues. So my friends at the Lowy Institute in Sydney produce each year an Asian Power Index, okay? And I think they've got a great method. They look at a whole series of both capability and influence, okay? So they look at economic capability, they look at military capability, they look at diplomatic influence, they look at cultural influence, then they look at things like future resources and the resilience of the society. So it's a multifaceted way of looking at countries. And then they literally rate each of the Asian countries against those. So it's only done in Asia at the moment. It won't help for other regions, but it really does it there. And if you look at those, if you look today, Asia has 2 great powers, according to these reckonings, the US and China, 15 middle powers from Japan all the way through to North Korea, who keeps itself, I don't know, gives itself some power through nuisance value, is going to be my own view on that. And then there are 9 minor powers. And I think that shows that this is good enough for the real world. You know, that this is a concept that we can actually use, that the way that the great powers and the middle powers behave will be different enough because of those both assets and ambitions, that it does help us understand the world a little bit more. So I suppose the positive from that, if I'm thinking, you know, what do I take out of that, is actually there's a lot of middle powers, and their ability to work together, their ability to band when they wish to build those institutions and those norms, they, as a decent chunk of the world, they actually can achieve much. So it's fantastic to be catching up with some of my friends from other middle powers and talking about the concept and how it can apply. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just really exciting presentation. Now I would like to ask Ms. Justyna Smoleń, Student Association of Latin America and the Caribbean, Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, University of Warsaw. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. The concept of middle power in international relations refers to countries which possess a moderate degree of influence and power on the global stage. When we talk about middle powers, it is worth to begin with the definition. That's impossible to give one example of one strict definition of what is the middle power according to the theory of international relations. Because of that, the concept of middle power has been a subject of studies and discussions between scholars in an academic area. Middle powers are seen as an important actors in maintaining a balance of power, promoting diplomacy and peaceful world order. Middle powers can be relevant players in balancing against great powers, which helps maintain stability in the international system. Middle powers are typically distinguished by some key attributes. And I would like to say about the first one, and it is regional and or sub-regional leadership. Middle powers often play or have ambition to play the role of leadership within their regions. They may take on responsibilities such as crisis management, conflict resolution, and promoting economic cooperation in their geopolitical area. Middle powers often take participation in diplomatic negotiations. They use their diplomatic skills to mediate disputes, build alliances, or promote multilateral cooperation. Due to that multilateral engagement, middle powers actively participate in international organizations or platforms of multilateral cooperation. It is the thing which I would like to emphasize, the soft power. Soft power is a concept proposed by Joseph Nye, and it's a nation's ability to exert international influence to produce outcomes or behaviors through attraction of persuasion rather than coercion. Middle powers frequently leverage these soft powers resources such as culture, international aid, diplomacy to enhance their global influence and reputation. MICTA is a platform formed by middle power nations. Each of MICTA countries has its unique source of soft power. It is worth to mention the examples. Mexico has a rich cultural heritage, and it's known for its active participation in international organizations such as, for example, United Nations, or initiatives, especially in Latin America. Indonesia's role in regional organizations such as ASEAN and its commitment to peace and stability in Southeast Asia. South Korea, as we all know, South Korea's cultural exports, particularly K-pop music and dramas, and economic success, including global brands such as Samsung, Hyundai, and it enhances its soft power as a model of development. Turkey's involvement in regional conflicts and its strategic location between Europe and Asia play a role in its diplomatic influence. Australia is well known of a strong economy, world-class institutions, high-quality education, of course, of its natural beauty. To sum up, MICTA countries often work together on global issues, combining their soft power resources to have a broader influence. By collaborating and engaging in diplomatic efforts, they can amplify their collective soft power on the international stage. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now the floor is mine. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. It was really interesting to listen from the different opinions about middle powership, and just recently I published myself the paper on middle powership, but also I read the quite controversial opinion that actually. The middle powership, like a great powership, is the feature of the 20th century. Nowadays, in the 21st century, the powership itself, it's diluted and diffused, and how we can cope with this challenge. Speaking about especially the platform of middle powership of MICTA. And certainly it reminded me about the book, how China changes its foreign policy due to the interaction with international organizations, especially United Nations, which was today United Nations. It was mentioned at least 3 or 4 times by excellencies, ambassadors, and this constructivist approach from my angle is very important. I mean, we have here the very clear role to play. I mean, in our middle powership. We, through our activities, not only through the statements, but through the constant permanent dialogue with great powers and weaker powers, to play the role of encouraging all of them to find solutions to the conflicts, to the disputes through multilateral platforms. This from my perspective, is a very important role to play to change the behavior of states, to change the understanding of international relations, which was mentioned today by ambassadors and by my colleagues, that in the context of the growing rivalry between China and the United States, we have to find a proper place to moderate this, to narrow the opportunity not to the, let's say, to new Cold War in Asia especially, but also to try to encourage United States especially to follow this multilateralism, which from our perspective is a key question nowadays. I think is in this context, speaking about the role of middle powership and role of the United Nations, the reform of the United Nations is something which wasn't mentioned yet today, but I think that MICTA platform could be the very good platform to renew this topic in New York, and not only General Assembly, but also within our United Nations institutions, because it's really high time to have this reform on place, and Poland acknowledging itself as a middle power from the very beginning of the existence of this term. Poland 20 years ago published quite big document about the reform of the United Nations, and from our perspective, we have to focus on this form of middle powership and this form of the reforms which are now on the focus of MICTA. We have to focus on principles. We have to focus on normative dimension, not to focus on who will sit permanently in Security Council. I think this is a very important role for MICTA to play, to this constructively influence great powers and other, let's say, aspiring great powers to focus on this structures, on normative side, not on the formal side of United Nations activities and who will sit there and how long. This has lesser importance, but that the activities of all MICTA countries contributing constructively to the international order and global governance nowadays. With this moment, thank you very much. And now I will stop with my presentation and I will ask for the questions from the audience. Thank you. Ambassador.
Thank you. So thank you very much to begin with for all the presentations. I was really inspired first thing in the morning. Thank you once again. I did personally work on MICTA issues during my time at the UN, together with my colleague, the Mexican ambassador. I should tell you that the MICTA experience was something different for Turkey as well. I mean, it doesn't have a secretariat. It doesn't have strict rules. It's guided by its rotational chairs. And we found it, as Turkey, especially during the COVID, the pandemic times, as a very efficient tool. So when in a world where you have polarization, you do starve for some common sense. So in New York, I'm sure my colleagues did experience that too. Most of the time, two groups come out and they make their statements. They're totally opposing the other side's statements, and then MICTA issues a statement. And people did come to me and so many times over and say, "Oh, that was good. That was some good common sense." And I was like, "Yes, that's what we aim to do." So that voice, being voice of common sense, is something that we really need to do. We really need multilateralism at this point against all the polarization. And I invite you to study this topic even further, because as a government official speaking here, we did really find MICTA a very, very efficient tool, and also a cost-effective tool. So some food for thought on my side rather than a question. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, please? Not at the moment.
Yes, so maybe some of the students are brave enough to take the floor.
Thank you. Professor, Ambassadors, it is a pleasure to be here. My question would be, what can middle powers do not to become caught up in the great power rivalry between the US and China? So how can middle powers stand their ground and state their interests and not become caught up in this conflict? Thank you.
Any other question or? Okay, we'll take like three questions.
Yes,
and
yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. My question is, what's the place of Russia in this concept between like middle powers and China and United States?
Thanks. And last question in this round. Anybody?
Hello, I'm the undergraduate student in the University of Warsaw, and I want to ask one question. And is there any possibility if a middle power become a great power? So what's the relationship among these middle powers in the future? If one become one great power like China, they were, I think they were one of the middle power in the past 15, 60 years ago. But now they are the great power, one of the superpower in the world. So we need to think about the possibility of a middle power become a great power. So that's my question.
Okay, thanks a lot. I believe it's enough.
Yes, thank
for
you,
this
thank
round.
you, thank you, Joanna. Maybe professors would like to take the floor on answer the questions from our students. Professors. Would you like to speak? I mean,
I'm happy. I'm happy to
please,
start.
Melissa.
People
Melissa,
want,
please. Please, the floor is yours.
It's getting late here, so I'm happy to just go for it. There it is. To the question, what can middle powers do not to get caught up in great power rivalry? I would say it's impossible. I think great power rivalry is the context in which we all live at the moment. But middle powers are trying to manage that, to meet their national interests as well as they can, usually to keep a certain amount of stability, because middle powers tend to like stability. So, they're using all of their assets to manage the international environment they have. I really liked the question on middle powers that are becoming great powers. I agree with this. And this may be where you need both the material side, the assets, but also the ambition. I think there is a difference between a country that has middle power assets but has great power ambition and thinks it's going to get there. And so my example in something like the Asia Power Index would be India. India does not want to be a middle power in the long term. India sees itself as what I would call an emergent great power. And I think that is different from a country like, say, Australia, where we really do not aspire to great powerhood. We just cannot see it. Middle power is as big as we can imagine ourselves getting. And I think there is a difference between how those countries navigate. I like the way in the Asian Power Index I mentioned, future potential is taken into account, because I think a country like India is actually playing off its future potential right now to say we're not just a middle power, we're something more. So yeah, I think.
Yes, thank you, Melissa. Is Dr. Senju Kang, yes, Ismail Kamsula, would you like to take the floor?
Yes,
yeah, thank you.
I'd like to add Dr. Conley's reply to the question. And actually, we classify countries generally into 3 categories: great powers, but we can add superpowers, and great powers, middle powers, small powers. But all these concepts, including the middle powers, these classification of countries are not the stagnant or fixed. Over the years or throughout the history, we saw countries change their status from small powers to middle powers, from middle powers to the great powers, and from great powers can decline to middle powers. I don't want to name those countries, but we already know what great powers declined from their status to others. So the classification of countries are not stagnant or fixed. It can change, but those changes only takes place only slowly. So we may not want to recognize or admit that kind of change, but those changes can happen and has happened. So in the future, we will see similar changes, and then they will bring changes to international relations further. So I think the second question was a really good one, and then remind us who middle powers are, and then who great powers are, and then we can figure out our own features based on the changeability of a country's status. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Ismail. Would you like to? Yeah, thank you.
Maybe I can add a couple of
yeah. Your mic, please. Yes, fix your mic.
Can you hear my voice right now? So my microphone is okay. So I will just speak a little louder so that you can hear me better. I would agree with the previous 2 presenters and what they said, but I would also open up the question to a kind of a wider global politics. There is definitely something happening, right? Something, I would say, in international politics, but I am not really sure about what type of significant change that events are going to bring to the current world order, right? We generally talk about a kind of a changing world order, but what type of a change that we will see is like there is still time for us to wait and see what these current crises are going to turn into and what result they will bring. So if there is a kind of a power shift in international politics, the answer to how we can deal or how middle powers can deal with this power shift still lies on what capacity they have, right? And what type of converging interest these middle powers can find with each other. And here I would say MICTA is an important platform for finding and defining that common interest, especially when we are facing this kind of a changing type of, let's say, world order, right? So if we are about to change, if we are about to see a significant change in global politics, and if we are about to see a kind of a power shift in world politics, I would say this would definitely bring some challenges, but this would be an opportunity for middle powers to take more active role, to find converging interests among each other, and to become more, let's say, proactive in the global governance of the crisis that might come in the future, I would say. So thank you for the questions. That will be the thing I would say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to express my deepest gratitude for all the panelists. Thank you very much. I hope that we can meet in your place or in Warsaw, especially remembering that next year in July we will have a WISC conference here with all the 1,200 participants from all around the world. So I hope you will join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to see all of you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite you for second coffee break, and 11:45 sharp we will start the second panel on Poland, Europe, and middle powership. Thank you. Tutaj nic nie trzeba robić, tutaj nic nie musisz tego. Mikrofony sprawdzali, działają. Yes, I would like to ask, yes, yes, Professor Anita, yes, Oberda-Monkiewicz from our faculty, Barbara Kratiuk from our faculty, yes, Mr. Bronisław Gębski, the Deputy Director, Economic Cooperation Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, Ms. Dorota Budryszek, Students Association of Latin American and Caribbean, Faculty of Political Science, International Studies, and Mr. Konrad Nawrotek, Students Association, Peraspera Dasta, Youth Perspectives. Dr. Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. Very well welcome from myself. It is going to be my pleasure to be chairing this panel. I would ask all the panelists to try and contain your presentation to 10, maximum 12 minutes, so that we have time for questions from the floor later on. We will start with my dear colleague, Dr. Anita Oberda, who is our foremost expert on Mexico. Well, one of the two foremost experts in our faculty. Anita, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say a few words about the potential of Poland-MIKTA relations through the lenses of Polish-Mexican relations, because they are quite effective with long history and many opportunities still to be developed. So Poland and Mexico, we can say that there are two states that at first glance would seem to have more dividing than uniting them, but actually they are more closer to each other than it seems. This year we celebrate 95th century of diplomatic relations between our countries. However, our relations in practice actually could be traced back even to 16th century. Though thousands of kilometers apart, Poland and Mexico have similar historical experiences involving hard struggles for independence, foreign interventionism, painful losses of territory. They are also joined by their complicated geopolitical positions, which on more than one occasion have determined the scope of their international engagement. The economies of the two countries also have similar structure and face common problems. In both cases, there was a chance for developing and joining broad processes of regional integration. For Mexico, this meant exceeding the North American Free Trade Agreement, while for Poland it was achieving membership in the European Union 10 years later. NAFTA and the EU were milestones for Mexico and Poland, and accession advanced their economic development, though there were both benefits and drawbacks. Today, the EU and the United States still are important allies, though a certain evolution in how they are perceived has been observable. The foreign policy of the two states is largely conditioned by internal policies, which determine their international alliances and the main direction of their global engagement. At the beginning of 21st century, Mexico was ranked among those countries having significant potential for the global relations, and even as an emerging power. Mexico's encouraging economic results, relatively stable political situation, and increasingly active presence in multilateral organizations have all caused it to be seen as an important partner in the context of diversifying Poland's economic relations and political alliances. Without doubt, our relations have been affected by Mexico's good relation with the European Union as well, with which Mexico is connected both by a strategic association and so-called global agreement. Therefore, as we can see, the foundation of Polish-Mexican relations laid over many years are solid and stable. The process of consolidating them culminated in signing in 2017 a strategic partnership, which confirmed the long tradition of our contacts, but also emphasized that Mexico's position in the Western Hemisphere and Poland's role in the European Union and in Central and Eastern Europe have beneficially affected the possibility of developing bilateral, regional, and global cooperation, which have traditionally focused on other geographical areas, because Mexico and Poland are not traditionally natural partners, we can say. On bilateral level, Mexico and Poland have been trading and investment partners for many decades. Mexico is one of Polish most important partners in Latin America and the Caribbean. And both economies also cooperate in other areas, including the field of scientific cooperation, academic exchange, cultural relations, and many other. The net of bilateral agreements are quite dense and dynamic. On the regional perspective, the most important factor that serves to identify but also intensify our relations is the position of each state as a bridge or as a gateway to its region. And actually, all these elements I've been mentioning, we can also transplant it to our potential relation with MICTA countries, because MICTA countries are also bridging countries in the regions, and they have central, pivotal position in there. Poland and Mexico, aware of the limitation imposed by their geopolitical situations, are striving not only to overcome this, but to make them an important attribute in their regional and global relations, acting as intermediaries in relations between their neighboring states and facilitating access to regional centers. The network of international and global institutional ties of the two states brings tremendous value for their bilateral relations as well. Poland and Mexico share similar values, present joint positions on many issues in international organizations like the UN, the IMF, the WTO, or the OECD, where they emphasize the need to strengthen democracy, disarmament, or sustainable development, amongst many other issues. Neither Poland nor Mexico is demanding abrupt or radical changes in the international system, but they do seek to take advantage of the positive aspects of the process of globalization to increase their bargaining position in international relations. And this is also something that links us together, not only with Mexico, but I think with all the MICTA member states. We would like to change the international system to be more equal, but not in a revolutionary way, simply speaking. Mexico, of course, in fact, is one of our most important partners in Latin America, but also important player in our relations on the regional and global level. This fact shows that nowadays, actually, Poland's view of the world must take account of growing political importance and large economic potential of countries in the south, including Mexico. The countries which are gradually becoming a focal point in international politics. There is a need to work out a long-term strategy towards non-European countries, rising global south, or emerging middle powers grouping like MICTA. They can play a crucial role as the facilitators and intermediaries in process of introducing Poland to that dimension of multilateral cooperation. For Poland, MICTA may represent a great opportunity of rapprochement to the countries of growing importance in global relations, with whom Poland and most of the Central European states share values and visions. It can be seen in a way as a logical prolongation of our relations with non-European states, but also as a way to develop innovative partnerships with other emerging powers and gain access to the world regions where Poland has traditionally underperformed. It may open new channels for communication that can identify the potentially beneficial areas of cooperation, but also Poland can rebuild its strength by further diversification of its international presence, especially where it has been deficient. MIKTA as a cross-regional platform may bring Poland closer to the global South countries, to the middle powers, creating the possibility to deepen relations with core states in 4 different continents. It could also give us the better access to Asia-Pacific, strategically important area. So there are many options that Poland can use with closer relation with MIKTA countries. Potential cooperation with them can also open a little bit more Polish foreign policy to the sensitive but vital agenda typical for new middle powers like climate change, migration issues, sustainable development, consolidation of peace and security. MIKTA is driven by big ambitions. It wants to be a constructive force in areas such as good governance and democracy, and actually this is also something very attractive for Poland. MIKTA member states are middle regional constructive powers which participates actively in the most important international institutions like G20, WTO, IMF or the UN. MIKTA offers real opportunities to enhance multilateral, bilateral cooperation in terms of economy and technology, trade and investment, apart from being just a very attractive springboard to the global engagement. But I totally agree with Ambassador Łukasiuk that apart from this practical cooperation, the most important is the issue of principles. Poland, together with other countries, like MIKTA grouping, could and can promote some ideas of how to change international system, what issues can be promoted better in a coalition of like-minded countries. Of course, there was also some remarks that MIKTA is not so much like-minded. However, I think this is also an attribute that can be praised because the MIKTA member states agreed that they can disagree. And I think that this is a very important thing because it creates a convenient but highly practical solution due to the group's immense diversity in culture, religion, and many other issues. This kind of partnership enables flexibility and actually makes it more democratic and innovative platform for valuable consultation and cooperation in critical issues of common interest. And just to conclude, I would like to also underline that being close to a coalition like MIKTA and many other forms of cooperation of middle powers can actually improve the perspective of Poland and their stance towards the non-European regions, non-European countries. But in the same time, it can also give us the opportunity to be more influential in what's happening at the global level, to have our voice heard and seen in international relations, and be a little bit more a rule maker, not only rule taker, and I hope not rule breaker in international relations. So the expectations are high, but there are also many opportunities, and I think that Poland is able and interested in using them. So I hope that today's meeting will be just one of many opportunities to get more knowledge about MIKTA. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Paweł Dębski, the Deputy Director of the Economic Cooperation Department at our Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland. Of course.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you to the faculty and to the Madam Ambassador of Indonesia for organizing this event. I believe very timely and very well organized. So many interesting discussions, interesting presentations we heard so far. And of course, congratulations to to the MICTA countries for the 10th anniversary of this important format. So I represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Department of Economic Cooperation, so I'll try to give you a brief view, maybe not from the perspective of the whole ministry, but rather from the economic perspective of our department. So definitely MICTA is a very, very interesting format, and Poland is interested in cooperation with MICTA. And MICTA countries separately, they all constitute important economic partners of Poland in those various regions. But why we believe the MICTA format is interesting? It's interesting because it brings countries from various regions. So this is a very diverse group, in fact. Today, even Mexican ambassador stressed, we are not like-minded countries, right? That was really interesting. So there are different opinions, and that makes this group strong. That this diversity, those countries come from various cultural backgrounds. They of course have a lot in common. They are large economies, not the largest. We just had this previous panel on middle powers. So they are middle powers. They have achieved unquestionable economic success, all of them. So that's what they have in common. They are democratic countries. They share similar values, although they, as I said, they are not like-minded in every aspects of political and international affairs. And I think in the globalized world, this kind of organizations, they even that allow debate on the most important global issues, and the groupings that consist of countries from diverse background have more value even than countries than groupings like regional groupings in the traditional sense that consist of countries, of neighboring countries usually. So I also think that Poland has a lot in common with MICTA. We are also a relatively large economy. We undoubtedly had a big economic success. We are in the group of 20 largest economies in the world by the GDP. And we are, of course, a democratic country. We, like MICTA countries, we support multilateralism. That was underlined several times today. Global governance. We, support activities aimed at respecting human rights, supporting peace, promoting peace, stability, and prosperity. At the same time, we are from the different region. From the different region to the countries, current countries of MICTA format, and therefore we could bring additional value to these discussions. According to my knowledge, the first contacts between Poland and MICTA date back to 2017. When a couple of meetings between deputy ministers of foreign affairs and ambassadors of MICTA countries took place here in Warsaw and on some international occasions as well. Later, also there were several meetings of representatives of Polish Parliament with ambassadors of MICTA countries, as well as other representatives, government officials. And last year, during, I think it was mentioned today in the opening session, that last year on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, there was a meeting of MIKTA countries' foreign ministers with Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Zbigniew Rau. And it showed that there is a great potential for cooperation between MIKTA and MIKTA countries and Poland. And maybe I'm wrong, but I was told that it was the first ever meeting of so-called MIKTA plus format. So the MIKTA countries invited another country to the discussion. So it is very encouraging for the further cooperation between Poland and MIKTA countries. One of important motivations for Poland's cooperation with MIKTA is the fact that it was mentioned, of course, today that all MIKTA countries are members of G20, and Poland aspires to join this group. But first of all, Poland is interested in participating in debate on the most important challenges and most important questions of modern world, and we believe Poland can bring many important experiences to this debate based on our history, based on our experience on the success of our economic and political transformation. And we are very glad that most recently during the G20 presidency of Indonesia, Poland was invited Polish experts were invited to join some working groups, including the working group on energy transformation. And we believe Polish experts, managed to bring some value to these discussions. And our Minister of Climate and Environment, Madam Moskva, also had a chance to participate in the ministerial meeting. The ministerial meeting of ministers of energy. This, of course, a question if whether the G20 is the future format, the format of the future, right? Whether it has a chance to continue to fulfill all its functions and fulfill the hopes and expectations that are placed in it. What I mean is primarily the participation of Russia in this format. We see from the last two summits, it was quite difficult to achieve a compromise and the work on the joint statements after the G20 summits was quite a challenge. We also see that China is losing its interest in G20, rather supporting the BRICS format and its expansion. But nevertheless, the forums for debate on global problems and challenges are needed, and Poland is ready to participate in them. Whether it will be a G20 format or some other grouping that may emerge. And just briefly, one more topic, which is the cooperation between MIKTA countries and OECD. All MIKTA countries except of Indonesia are currently members of OECD. Poland is, as you probably know, also a member of OECD, but we highly value Indonesia's interest in joining OECD, and we are ready to support Indonesia candidacy, for the membership in this organization. This is a very important forum, right, of the global debate, and also that's the forum and the organization that develops international standards in various areas. So, and we are sure that preparations for OECD accession would be another catalyst for reforms and will contribute to further economic growth of Indonesia. So let me let me stop here. Just to summarize, we see great potential in cooperation with MICTA format. We believe that this MICTA Plus format has a great perspectives, and Poland is definitely ready to this kind of cooperation, not only on the political level of political dialogue on the highest level, but also, I believe, the cooperation and discussions and exchanges on the expert level could bring a lot of value. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Ms. Dorota Burdyszek from the Students Association of Latin American and the Caribbean countries from our own Faculty of Political Science and International Studies.
Thank you so much. I hope it works. Yeah, it works. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, professors and students. When I received a message that I will be able to take part in this event, I made a decision that I would like to talk about relations between Poland and MICTA. But during the research, it turned out that actually there is nothing. I mean, it's impossible, and I know that just Mr. Dembski mentioned about several meetings with our representatives with MICTA countries, but actually I am not sure, maybe they are some kind of state secret or something like this, because, well, to the wide Polish publicity, they are not reachable. I mean, at the official website of our foreign ministry, there was only one note about this meeting which took place in 2022 during the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations. And this meeting, I think, is mentioned several times during this event, so it's the same. And I found the same note at our official website, but it was in English, so I will count this as one, actually. So yes, at the official website of our foreign ministry, there was only one note about it. So, well, when I need to talk about something which is reachable to me, I can say that at our official website, there is only this. So after it, I turned my eyes on libraries, on books, and actually the same thing. I found only one article, but in general about MICTA, about history of MICTA, about some basis of MICTA, but not about connections between MICTA and Poland. And this article is, I think, slightly old, because I think it has like 5 or 6 years. So in our political interest, it's a little bit old. And actually, it's everything what is reachable in the Polish language, so what is reachable for mediocre Pole. And I'm afraid that, in general, in Polish awareness, MICTA just doesn't exist. There is not something like MICTA for us. And what I think is even more sad and disappointing me, that, well, when it comes to sources which are reachable to me, it turns out that even for politicians, MICTA is maybe not, I don't want to say that it's not important, because today it turns out something else, but when we are talking about sources which we can read or watch, this is what we can see. But I'm a student, so I decided to go further, and I went through some newspapers and articles and some websites in English, because, well, I think that I speak a little bit of English. I know a little bit Spanish and Turkish, so I decided to check it out in those languages. And actually, the same thing, absolutely nothing about relation between MICTA and Poland. So I will dare to say and agree with Professor Raś that MICTA is not visible to us. But maybe today we are witnessing the change, because, well, we are sitting here in really nice and new building of the best university in this country, and we are in the capital of Poland, and we are talking about MICTA. So maybe right now we are witnessing this change, because I think that every single person in this room, well, knows that MICTA exists, that it's something important, and that it brings some opportunities to us, and maybe we should learn something from this kind of group of informal cooperation, because I think that it's really great that today we can talk about it and talk about importance of middle powers and why they are important, and why they can be something really relevant in general for international relations. So I hope that, as I said, maybe today we are witnessing the change, but from the point of view of mediocre Pole or even for a mediocre student, MIKTA just doesn't exist. Of course, there are people who are keen on political science and international relations and so on, and of course they know that MIKTA exists. But still, when it comes to sources which we can read, or they are maybe not some kind of state secret, well, the reality is, I think, a little bit sad and disappointing, because as I mentioned, there was only one note about the same meeting which we are talking about today, all the day from the very beginning of this event. So I hope maybe we are witnessing the change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now Mr. Konrad Nawrotek, also from Students Association of Pere, Aspera and Astra, the youth perspectives. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor. Today I will speak more about relations between Poland and MIKTA. First and foremost, informal partnerships serve as an adaptable mechanism in the ever-evolving arena of global governance. Although they present unique challenges, these partnerships have constantly demonstrated efficiency in addressing pressing matters and fostering dialogue between nations. Historically, they have been established in reaction to distinct challenges or prospects. Over recent decades, as globalization has intensified and integrated, global problems have surfaced. Informal entities such as the G7, G20, and BRICS have come to the forefront to address economic and political dilemmas. The advantages of such partnerships encompass flexibility, a complementary and streamlined bureaucratic nature, and the illusion of a warrior perspective by uniting the nations of diverse backgrounds and experiences in confronting global challenges. Secondly, MIKTA stands as an informal coalition among Mexico, Indonesia, South Korea, Turkey, and Australia. Incepted in 2014 during the United Nations General Assembly, these countries aim to enhance collaboration and coordination on pivotal global matters. MIKTA can also be viewed as a conduit for middle power diplomacy. The alliance aspires to mediate the disparities between developed and developing nations, striving to find mutual understanding on an array of international issues, including sustainable development, peace, security, and global economic governance. These countries share a position in the second 10 countries in the world in terms of gross domestic product. The amount of Mexico is USD 1.42 billion, in Indonesia 1.32 billion, in South Korea 1.66 billion, in Australia 1.67, and in Turkey 905 billion. Therefore, they do not differ significantly, and the economic power of each of these countries corresponds to what we understand as a medium-sized state or a medium economy. It's fair to argue that MIKTA ranks as the third most influential informal alliance of countries, following the prominent G7, comprising Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK, the USA, and the EU, and the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. While MIKTA has its own unique character, several of its members maintain tight relations with either G7 or has its own unique or BRICS nations. Mirroring BRICS, MIKTA for voice the perspective and interests of non-Western countries of the international stage. Engagement between members of these groups frequently transpire at extensive international forums such as United Nations or the G20. Whereas the G7 represents the interests of major development economics and the BRICS represent burgeoning ones, MIKTA seeks to bridge this gap by offering a middle power viewpoint. Given the context, Poland aligns in MIKTA in numerous facts. Predominantly, Poland, often characterized as a middle-sized nation, seems as a pleasurable candidate for this coalition. While Poland GDP doesn't rank with the world's top 20, it's 21st position, boasting a GDP of PLN 688 billion in 2022, is not significantly trailing Turkey. Even if Poland might possess the smallest economic clout among MIKTA nations, it wouldn't stand out as an outlier. This is also evident when considering population metrics, where Australia is the least populated and Indonesia the most, within MICTA Poland's population size larger than Australia's, but dwarfed by Indonesia, would nestle comfortable in between. However, MICTA's objectives, particularly it's up to anti-Western undertones, especially considering Mexico's aspiration towards BRICS prompts questions about Poland's aptness for inclusion. Joining MICTA might present Poland with hurdles, and the alignment of national interests might not conceivably warrant in membership. Regardless, Poland seems to actively fortify its ties with MICTA, evident that its recent participation in the MICTA summit in Turkey under the MICTA's Plus framework. This evolving relationship necessitates a thorough evaluation of the current focal points between Poland and MICTA nations and the potential depth of their mutual understanding. When assessing the global landscape of trade and economic relations, MICTA countries stand out as pivotal figures in the intricate web of international commerce. This assertion is readily evident when considering the economic trajectories of South Korea and Mexico. South Korea's metamorphosis began in the 1960s as one of the four Asian tigers propelled it to become a powerhouse in exporting cutting-edge technology, automobiles, and electronics. On the other hand, Mexico's salience in global trades stems from its strategic location, bridging the North and South American continents, coupled with its integration into landmark trade accords. The mutualistic trade dynamics between Mexico and the United States were notably bolstered post-NAFTA, which subsequently transitions into USMCA. Consequently, Mexico has emerged as an essential nexus for manufacturing exports, particularly its automobiles, machinery, and agricultural sectors. Also, Australia's position in global trade has been amplified in recent years, acting as a conduit between the Pacific, America, and Asia. Similarly, Indonesia's extent is equally noteworthy, leveraging its maritime trade and natural resource extraction capabilities. Beyond its regional influence in Southeast Asia, is its positioning itself as a significant entity with the Islamic world. Turkey's strategic location, from the other hand, it allows it to serve a digital commercial bridge linking Europe with the Middle East and coastal Asia. For Poland, dependent MICTA nations could therefore pave the way for the transfer of trade prospects, potentially filling its economic monument. The parallels between MICTA nations and Poland are describable. Much like its MICTA, conceptual Poland functions as a crucial logistic hub, reigning as a Europe formerly in road transport. Moreover, it serves as a terrestrial bridge for trade between Europe and Asia via rail, underscoring the importance in the global ecosystem. Last point, the NSCAP, even though Poland is not an official member of MICTA, the bloc's prominence is global diplomatic circles implies that circumstance affirmative with MICTA. Nations can yield manifold benefits for Poland across diverse sectors. Nevertheless, it's pivotal to action that projecting Poland's comprehensive integration into MICTA might be premature. Potential improvidence includes Poland's pronounced pro-Western and pro-European orientation, especially in light of the recent electoral triumph of liberal factions over the Eurosceptic counterparts. Poland may prioritize deepening its ties within the European framework, yet the collaboration with the MICTA Plus framework has proved advantageous for both the member nations and Poland. The consequences appears to learn towards the constitution of this constitutional association. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to go last. I'll try to be very brief so that we have more time for questions. So if anyone has any questions later on to what I'm going to say, I will be very happy to take some once we're done with all the presentations. So following a bit on my colleagues' words and also on the previous panel, I would like to focus on on South Korea and on South Korea's role and relationship with both Poland and Central Europe. Because middle powership has been a very important identifying factor, I think, for all of the MICTA countries, as we've already seen that this has been very much proven time and again how these countries cannot be really classified as anything less than. Because depending on which theorist we want to talk about, we can talk about, you know, the middle powers being because of being the states because of their size, because of their material resources, their willingness and ability to accept certain responsibilities, their influence, and their stability. These are, of course, all the characteristics that fit all of the MICTA countries, including South Korea. And for South Korea, I also think that this middle powership has been very important in helping define its foreign policy, same as for Poland. And the important thing here is, in my opinion, that very often when we talk about MICTA countries individually, this is not always recognized the way it properly should. When it comes to South Korea, most of its influence and most of its recognition comes from economics and diplomacy, including, of course, increasingly Korean soft power. So the influence of South Korea and the issue and the rise of South Korea's international position is huge. And of course, while for many people South Korea will mostly be associated with K-pop or Hallyu and K-dramas and things like that, it is much more than that. Because South Korea has a huge and very powerful military. And the military component of South Korea's middle powership is also quite important. On the other hand, it's also a problem because it is very much tied to the conflict on the northern border. So for South Korea, because of also that conflict, the maintaining of the international order is going to be quite important the way it is for all the MICTA countries. And for that reason, there is what we can see through MICTA and also through the relationships with other like-minded countries, like Poland and other Central European states, a certain coalition of middle powers, let's just say, where these states are trying to make sure that any changes that Anita mentioned are going to go in the direction where these states are going to feel more secure, more able to develop the way they want to, not the way that others are forcing them to. And of course, this attempt to build this coalition with Australia, with Mexico, with Turkey, with Indonesia, this is very, very important because this props up all of those countries. This helps them increase their own profiles. This helps them realize their own interest and helps, of course, build up all those relationships that, for example, the new Southern policy has been mentioning. So this is why the engagement of Central Europe is quite crucial, really, because there is a long-standing tradition of cooperation. There have been multiple aspects, and both diplomacy and economic aspects have been really the most important ones. Increasingly, of course, last year we have seen also the political and military component becoming more and more important. The investment of South Korea in Poland is also huge. The interest in Korea has been really growing. I think that South Korea right now among students in our faculty is the #1 destination, one of the most interesting parts. I think in Oriental studies also this is the most competitive subject to study. So South Korea in Poland has definitely seen a huge, huge rise of interest. And this is also connected to the rise of the profile of South Korea and of MICTA in general. Even if we would never have considered before, as my predecessor has said, MICTA as a whole, but rather as different parts. And I think it's now, especially for Europe, also from what the representative of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said, it's very much clear that Poland and Central Europe are much more looking at MIKTA as a whole and as an opportunity to work together to increase this chance to stabilize the international system and work towards greater international norms. I will stop here because if I don't, I will talk throughout the next hour. So thank you so much, and I would like to open the floor for questions. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to make a comment regarding that, your view. Yes, that's why we are here right now. Because not everyone know, even in my country, some of them doesn't know about MIKTA, is exists or not. But this is why we have it. We have the task, as a chairman of the MIKTA, we have a task from the capital to raising awareness to around the world about the existence of MIKTA. They exist, that the role of MIKTA in the world, especially to be that's the voice of the positive force. That is the call of our leaders at the first MIKTA leaders meeting in New Delhi, to always be a positive force in the world that is a very complex one today. So that's why thank you. That I think this is the step that I think when you listen to my speech this morning, that actually this is the thing that I want to we want to address, that we have the seminar and then you know more about MIKTA, and that's it. And then for the second one about the you always mention about the MIKTA like different group. MIKTA is until now is still perhaps Ambassador Rauf can add, but for me what I'm understanding until now, MIKTA is the member of G20, have to be a member of G20. The member of MIKTA is a member of G20. So yes, last year is the first time the Poland and Canada has been invited to the UNGA meetings in New York by Turkey as the chairman of the chairman of MIKTA last year. But to be part, yeah, and then you mentioned about the concept of MIKTA Plus. Until now, we have no discussion about that issues, but I think it's going to be a good discussion among the foreign ministers. What will be the prospect of enlarging MIKTA, but until now we haven't discussed, but that not like BRICS. I think BRICS right now already open up, but for MIKTA, until now, we're still not discussing about that issue. But we are looking forward to have a more cooperation. I think Poland already, we are in the same economic, we have the same size of economic, and then also the part of middle power. You already mentioned also you are a middle power country, so I think we have similarity in that issue, but still have to discuss among the member countries. That's my view about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thanks. Well, I have also one small commentary. I must say that now I know a little bit more about what MIKTA means, although not exactly. Still, I am not absolutely sure what it means, because let's say 5 so-called middle countries for me are big countries from our point of view. Australia is a small middle country. It's a big, enormously big country. It's a nearly full continent. No doubts, these countries are ambitious countries, and they have background for their ambitions. And from this point of view, I think that what Mr. Ambassador Łukaszuk said, it seems to me very important, that they are really good partner for all of us to speak about the United Nations reform. And in many political issues, they are very important. And also even maybe in economic rules, because speaking about our economic development. So why should we have MICTA? We have bilateral relations with all of these 5 countries, and MICTA has no common market zone. So it's very interesting, but we can speak about, for instance, about commercial rules, about world commerce and so on, about ecology, about energy. There are many interesting subjects which we can discuss, and from this point of view, it's really very interesting, very important for us organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so maybe we have
one of the students had
time for some questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunities, and also thank you very much for the panelists for the amazing discussions. So as we know that MICTA focus more on the contribution to protecting public goods and strengthening global governance, maybe through many forms such as economic operations, government relations, and any other forms. And the fact that previously mentioned that there is absolutely nothing on the relation between MICTA and Poland. However, as also previously mentioned, that MICTA and Poland has so much unique similarities. For example, has the same aim on the economic development on the OECD's cooperations. So my question would be more on the practical. What kind of the most possible form of cooperations that Poland offer that align with the aim of the MICTA, especially on the economic development perspective, maybe on the agriculture sector, or maybe the technology sector, or any other forms. Thank you very much.
Okay, another question here.
Hello, I'm from Uzbekistan, so I don't see. So, okay, so I'm Humayun from Uzbekistan. So as we have the corporations between the superpowers, like the 5 countries in the Central Asia, like C5, like with USA, or like a C5 with China. Is there any possibilities to make a new cooperation between Poland and MICTA countries, like MICTA plus Poland, or like would these 5 countries, like 5 members of MICTA, are ready to accept the Poland, the 6 is the member of the corporation? Like, I mean, maybe it's gonna mixed up here. So as our colleague mentioned, so I have a question to Ambassador of Poland. I don't know, so who can answer my question? So is Poland ready to fulfill the conditions that 5 these MICTA members give? Yeah. Is Poland ready to fulfill the conditions that MICTA members can give you, like, if you do these things, like, we can accept to you the member of our corporation? And I have the second question, that what these conditions would be like? And here the opportunity you to give.
Okay, thanks a lot. Interesting. Any other question? Okay. Okay, last one. Yeah.
It's more comment than a question. Following the last voice, I must say that there is a great opportunity for us to open a new chapter in the foreign policy. I was an ambassador to Australia and Indonesia, so I covered at least two countries from MICTA. But it was said already, we have more bilateral but then multilateral relations with these countries. But with the new foreign policy coming, because for the last 8 years, it's hard to say that there was any foreign policy. At least there was a foreign policy which did not represent the real Polish interest. That's what I can say as a retired ambassador, so it's much easier. But this is a great chance and a great challenge for the new foreign ministry to cover the organizations like MICTA, to go further to with the relations with non-European countries, and to think about how we can mix not only on bilateral relations, but together with the already institutions and organizations of the world. What are the relations between MICTA and European Union? How is MICTA doing with the IORA, the Indian Ocean Rim Association? Once again, there are two countries, Indonesia and Australia, with the IORA. So there is many questions, and I believe that the new foreign policy will cover all these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Director, if you would mind.
Sure. Okay, so maybe I'll start with the, does it work? I will start with the question, if I understood correctly, what Poland can bring to the discussions, to the MICTA format. As it was said already, all MICTA countries are the G20 members. And this is a kind of a smaller format for the discussion, as I understand, on global issues, the most important global issues. So, for example, during the previous presidency of Turkey, I think the issues of food security, of migration, of fighting terrorism, and issues like that were raised as a priority issues for the MICTA countries, for the Turkish presidency. So I think that Poland is ready to participate in the discussion in all those issues, but also things like energy transition, digital transition, economic stability, macroeconomic, governance, issues like recovering from pandemic, all the important issues that are discussed at the G20 forum, but also discussed by MICTA countries. We are not a member, also replying to your question, we are not a member of G20, and I understand the main condition of become a member of MICTA is to be a G20 country. We are aspiring, we want to join the global debate. So if MICTA countries are ready to invite us for the discussion, I understand that there are no plans for enlargement at the moment, but if this format, MICTA Plus, will be developed, we are definitely ready to participate in this kind of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the answers. I think that concludes our panel. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Thank you so much to the audience for all the questions. And I would like to now invite everyone for a short half-an-hour lunch break.
Professor Jorge Schiavon from American University. We will have also Mr. Tri Punjaya, Director for Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs from Kemlu, from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Still 1 minute to take the seat, and we'll start the last session and the conclusion to the whole conference. And the title of the last panel is The Role of MICTA in the International Global Order. So we now will concentrate on the international global order, and we'll try to define the role and position of MICTA itself. We'll have 5 panelists in this part, and we'll try to save some time for a question and answer answers also at the end. And I will also share the a screen with people from other countries. So we'll start with our Mexican friend and Professor Jorge Schiavon, who visited our university for many times and knows also our faculty very well. And it's another time when we speak with our Mexican friend from the Ibero-American University in Mexico. So, Professor Jorge Schiavon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me clearly? Yes, wonderful. So it's a huge pleasure being again, at least virtually, at the University of Warsaw, after having such a great pleasure of being a visiting professor there. It's 5 in the morning in Mexico City, so I hope I can portray my ideas in a clear way. What I would like to talk with you today is how necessary it is to have middle, regional, constructive powers which facilitate the creation of global governance and address multidimensional and systemic international crises that we are living today, and that such countries are exactly countries like MICTA countries and also countries like Poland. So let me argue that the current international system faces three challenges. In the first place, the decline of the United States as the sole hegemonic power in the world since the end of the Cold War has created a scenario in which uncertainty prevails, and states compete to become the new hegemonic power. In this regard, the empowerment of China as a new economic and political superpower and the possibility of the global reorientation toward the Pacific has been identified by many scholars. Also, what we see is that other countries that have something to say in world affairs are unwilling to invest their national resources in developing a more balanced international governance system in the world. Second, what we see is the fragility of multilateral and regional institutions, and this creates certain constraints to effectively address the most critical situations facing the world. And this serious crisis and threats to international peace and security include the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the crisis that we are living currently in the Middle East, and also the survival of humanity, such as a changing climate and the problems that we have with climate change. In addition, the institutions have been under constant attack from political leaders all around the world, but also by the president of the previous president of the United States, like Donald Trump, and also national leaders like Vladimir Putin. And the United Nations Security Council has been paralyzed for almost 2 decades, and it has been unable to address the political and humanitarian crisis in countries like the Ukraine, currently in Israel and Palestine, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Venezuela, among many others. And finally, during the COVID pandemic, also international cooperation and consultation through multilateral organizations was very, very limited. And finally, third, we are living in what I would call a multidimensional and systemic crisis, which includes security, food, energy, health, political, economic, social, environmental, and ideological crisis. And we require global collective action to prevent the extinction of humanity due to this multidimensional and systematic crisis. However, rather than promoting international cooperation as a way to collectively address all these issues, nationalism and even war prevails in most parts of the world. So what I will argue is that we need innovative alternatives that can provide public international resources, especially global governance, and that I will argue that regional, middle, emerging, and constructive powers can and should play a role not only in filling the power vacuum in the international level, but also building and strengthening global governance in these times of multidimensional and systemic international crisis. And I believe that countries must meet 2 basic criteria to be considered either constructive, middle, or regional powers. First, they have to have sufficiently significant power in terms of territory, population, capabilities, and resources to wield influence in the international level, but at the same time, not to be so powerful as to be a threat to smaller countries. And second, they should serve as bridges between the developed and the developing world. In other words, these countries must have some relevance to world affairs without constituting a threat, and at the same time serve as representatives of the regions or cohorts of countries in different fields in order to offer and enforce global governance. So what I will argue is that MICTA countries are this type of countries, and also countries like practically every country in the European Union, including Poland, can serve as constructive powers. And let me just give you a very short definition of what's considered a constructive power, because constructive powers are at the same time regional and also middle powers in some area of their characteristics. So constructive powers are defined as influential, economically significant, non-nuclear states which have a proven track record of proactive and innovative diplomacy at the regional and the global level. This means that they exercise influence in the international arena by building coalitions, fostering multilateral institutions, and serving as bridges between groups of countries and regions. So this type of powers do not articulate their influence by coercive or military means. They use persuasion, mediation roles, and development to take leadership and gain legitimacy with other states. And second, in relation to the first points, these constructive powers assume a wide range of responsibilities in the world order and make good use of diplomatic instruments to fulfill their commitments. They strongly believe in institutional frameworks to solve disputes and reach consensus in different areas of the international system. So what I will argue is MICTA countries, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, and also other countries, what I would call the non-nuclear G20 countries, which are all the countries within the G20, including the European Union, which do not have nuclear capabilities, serve as this constructive powers to create global governance in world affairs. So based on the theory of collective action, what I would argue is that in order to achieve common goals or objectives, it can be done when 4 criteria are met. And the objective of these constructive powers are to generate global governance for a better cooperation in solving international security and economic issues of this multi-level and systemic crisis that we are facing. First criterion is small number of participants. Second, that they are similar in their characteristics. Third, that these states have common interest. And finally, fourth, that they share strategies to obtain their common interest. As you can well imagine, the non-nuclear G20 countries or the MICTA countries comply with all these 4 characteristics because first, yes, there are a small number of participants. If we consider just MICTA countries, there are 5. If we consider the non-nuclear G20 countries, there are 15 countries. And this facilitates the agreement between them and the generation of collective actions to address this problem. Second, in regards to their characteristics, they are countries with extensive capabilities, but not sufficiently powerful to be a threat to other states. Also, these countries are economically open, stable, with relatively low inflation rates, as well as medium growth economies. They are non-nuclear states which are recognized worldwide as pacifist. And it is extremely important because then they can serve as bridges between the developing and the developing world, or as we call it today, the global north and the global south. It is also important to know that these countries have survived global hegemony, and their foreign policies have included, among other things, the creation and dissemination of international law, international standards, and a creative and active participation in multilateral organizations, the defense of international law and international regimes, and the use of mediation and other powerful means to solve international disputes, also building coalitions between states to achieve common goals, and finally, acting as mediators to ensure the use of force becomes a last resort and to end any conflict. Also, these countries, this constructive non-nuclear G20 or MICTA countries also share a common past in the sense that they have had 2 stages in terms of their modernization and development. First, they used industrialization substitution models, and then they changed to open, outward-oriented, open market economy models. And all of them, with some exceptions, if we consider the G20, like Saudi Arabia, but all the MICTA countries are formal democracies, and also they are economies with increasing competitiveness, trade, and foreign investment flows. And also, they are remarkably diverse in terms of the regions, the cultures, and religions, and this makes them good representatives of the different areas, regions, cultures, and creeds around the world. And what would be the global objectives, the common objectives of these non-nuclear G20 countries on which all the MICTA countries participate? Well, they have started with a limited agenda to provide the strengthening of the multilateral system, the liberal multilateral system that currently exists, in order to generate a common agenda to address the most urgent issues in world affairs, like the COVID-19 pandemic, and then the financial and economic crisis that it created, and also to participate in solving different issues in terms of climate change. However, to jointly define these areas of common interest, it is absolutely necessary for non-nuclear G20 countries, MICTA countries, and countries like Poland to invest resources in strengthening their foreign policy capacities in terms of building up their ministries of foreign affairs and also their foreign policy infrastructure in terms of embassies, consulates, and representations to world organization. And also, they need to cooperate within all the international organizations in which they participate, mostly starting with the G20, but also within the United Nations and all the international organizations which derive from the United Nations. And finally, the last question is, what common strategies should they have in order to provide these collective actions to generate global governance and therefore have better capacities to attend the multi-level and systemic crisis that we are facing? Well, this is no easy task, especially since global governance encompasses several areas and requires certain mechanisms to function properly. However, these countries have accepted to disagree in those issues in which they don't have a common ground, but work together in those in which they can. And they have also started working with their own national relevant actors to include them within the workings of MICTA, and also they should start doing so within the G20 non-nuclear countries. What do I mean by this? When you see the G20, you see that they also have different groupings within the G20 that not only represent the states, but also represent the social relevant actors within the countries. For example, you have the B20 for business, you have the T20 for think tanks and academia, you have the L20 for labor and syndicates, you also have the Y20 for young people. So what we should also start doing to have a better communication between this constructive power, especially MICTA countries, but also the non-nuclear G20 countries, is to also have the B-MICTA, the L-MICTA, the T-MICTA, and the Y-MICTA in order to create these areas of cooperation and better understanding between the most relevant groupings within the countries, and therefore accompany the national governments in terms of pushing for an international agenda which strengthens multilateral organizations and therefore constructively provide better global governance. In short, MICTA countries, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, but also European Union countries like Poland, are and can serve as constructive middle regional powers. If they join forces to consolidate the support of all the relevant state and non-state actors in their countries, this mechanism will gradually be consolidated at the national and international levels. This will prove an essential mechanism in promoting and generating public resources in the international system, especially global governance in an era of multidimensional and structural crisis that we are living currently. A multilateral mechanism like MICTA or the non-nuclear G20 can become a forum for political dialogue, consultation, and cooperation, which provides global governance in a complex time of security, political, economic, social, environmental, and multilateral institutions crisis that we are experiencing today. And we do require innovative solutions to ensure peace and security, global development, but most important, the survival of humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Escavion. It was a pleasure to listen to your intervention, to your remarks on MICTA. And now I would like to give the floor to our second guest, Mr. Tri Purnajaya, Director for Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you and we see you.
Okay, so let me begin by thanking, well, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, honorable participants. First of all, I'd like to thank Ambassador Anita of Indonesia, a good friend of mine, for this initiative, and of course, all MICTA embassies in Warsaw, as much as the University of Warsaw, for this initiative and inviting the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to this gathering. It's such an honor and a privilege to share our views with respect to the previous speakers as well on this particular topic. In this panel, I have this topic is not only relevant, but it's also how we can address some of the key challenges in at the current global situation. Middle powers, as mentioned earlier, also possess quite a significant advantage in promoting peace and stability due to their diplomatic agility, flexibility, and non-confrontational nature. And unlike major powers, middle powers often refrain from engaging in power struggles, making them quite well suited to mediating disputes and building bridges among nations. Among these middle powers, MICTA, namely Mexico, Indonesia, South Korea, Turkey, and Australia, we stand out as key players poised to make a substantial contribution. Not only that, MICTA is geographically, culturally, linguistically, and religiously a very diverse group, which makes it quite unique, actually. So we have a common denominator, which is democracies that are a middle power, but at the same time, we're quite unique in its diversity. So this showcases how middle powers can actually leverage their collective influences to address the global issues effectively. Honorable participants, MICTA began as a forum for discussion among MICTA foreign ministers on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in 2013. And for the last 10 years, MICTA has gradually intensified its cooperation and have been working closely together in various issues with a common interest of democracy, economic stability and development, and a constructive role in global politics. Amidst the current geopolitical fragmentation, MICTA is well suited to counterbalance the dynamics. MICTA has the credentials to actually influence and fine-tune some of the global agendas, actually. And MICTA members states are all members of G20, and our economies generate almost 10% of global trade, which is actually quite significant. MICTA also play a distinct role in our respective regions. For example, Turkey facilitated the Black Sea grain deal, and this year Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship focuses on rebuilding trust and advancing concrete cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. As we witness the rise of multilateralism, a group of middle powers like MICTA can also play a crucial role in ensuring that such initiatives complement and rather than undermine the existing multilateral framework. Right now, those minilaterals are becoming more of the norms instead of the exceptions. And just in the G20, we see there is G7 and also BRICS, which have different perspectives on many substantive issues. On such occasions, MICTA must act as constructive intermediaries between minilateral groupings and broader multilateral institutions, encouraging dialogue and cooperation and preventing potential fragmentation on the global stage. To coordinate and follow up on the MICTA commitments, MICTA foreign ministers meet quite regularly in a retreat style of a meeting, normally at least probably twice per year, during the UNGA. And in the recent years, they usually meet on the sidelines of, besides UNGA, at the G20 foreign ministers meeting as well, so at least twice a year. So recently, on the 23rd of September, just exactly a month ago, they also met in New York at the UNGA sessions for 24th MICTA foreign ministers meeting. Distinguished participants, colleagues, ambassadors, excellencies, this year Indonesia has the privilege to chair MICTA. At the same time, unparalleled multidimensional crisis, our chairmanship is pursuing three priorities. First, strengthening multilateralism. Indonesia believes that multilateralism is the best way forward to ensure that all countries are on equal footing and prevent the mighty from taking all. Second, inclusive recovery. SDGs remain at the core of MICTA's agenda for development, bolstered by inclusive dialogue with our external partners. Third, digital transformation. Building norms, sharing best practices, and forging collective responses are actions that MICTA must intensify this year. Such priorities will reflect MICTA's commitment to international peace, stability, and prosperity while addressing the unprecedented global economic and security challenges. MICTA will be guided by shared values and similarities such as democracy, respect of international law, and multilateralism. On activities of MICTA under Indonesia chairmanship, we have issued various joint statements, including on issues related to natural disaster, human rights, women empowerment, as well as a number of other, and recently the joint press statement of the MICTA leaders. And we've convened a number of activities. For example, we had a MICTA policy planning consultation in Yogyakarta. We had MICTA Development Cooperation Network in Bali, MICTA Senior Officials Meeting in Bali, MICTA Academic Gathering in Jakarta, and recent one, MICTA Foreign Ministers Meeting. And this year, through MICTA Development Cooperation Network, we have also developed a joint project in enhancing agriculture productivity in Africa. And in the remaining months, Indonesia will also convene MICTA Young Diplomats Program, which will be happening around 2 weeks from now. MICTA Parliamentary Speakers Consultation also next month. And this year also marks an important year for MICTA as we celebrate our 10th anniversary. And around a month and a half ago, MICTA leaders met on the sidelines of the G20 New Delhi Summit for the first MICTA leaders gathering. This is a milestone which never happened before. Last year, they had a photo opportunity, but they never actually sat down in one room to have in-depth discussions on some of the key issues in the world today. So during the meeting, which I was there, the leaders had very cordial and warm discussions. They have agreed to enhance MICTA's role in first, building understanding and consensus, advancing democracy and dialogue, striving to find pragmatic and creative solutions to regional and global challenges, and defending the multilateral system and rules-based order. President Joko Widodo of Indonesia emphasized that MICTA to serve as a positive force, which all countries must be part of solution to global challenges. And in moving forward, MICTA countries are committed to follow up on our leaders' directives, which are striving to build bridges and strengthening multilateralism, while also concretely contributing to resolving common challenges. Honorable participants, distinguished friends, colleagues, as we navigate the complexities of a rapidly changing world, let us recognize the value of inclusive cooperation and dialogue fostered by middle powers such as MICTA. Together, with their active engagement, we can build a future that promotes global peace, security, and prosperity. With that, I conclude my statements. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your thorough overview of all these complex activities. And now we move to another view, maybe young view on MICTA. MICTA role in the international global order, and I would like to invite two students to share their view on this. And first of all, I give the floor to Mr. Jakub Witczak, who is a student from the Students Association of Pacific Area States, from the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies from the University of Warsaw, but at the moment he is at Erasmus exchange in Paris, and that's why he is joining us online. So, Mr. Jakub Witczak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen and my presentation. My question is, can you see it clearly and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Honorable ambassadors, distinguished professors, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be able to speak in front of you today. I I would like to start my presentation by stating that current security architecture in the Indo-Pacific region is still to a certain extent a remnant of the design of the project by the United States after World War II. And it is based on US presence and values. And we can say that it is still a web of bilateral alliances and alignments by the United States with countries such as South Korea, Australia, Thailand, Philippines, or Japan. While the majority of these alliances are asymmetrical in terms of resources, capabilities, power, and obligations invested in them, meaning that there is an imbalance to the favor of the United States, which invests more in these alliances. However, still these alliances benefit both sides. And the imbalance is the case of the alliances between the United States and both MICTA countries I would like to speak about, namely Australia and South Korea. Naturally, they invested less capabilities and less power into these alliances than superpower like the United States or great powers such as Japan. However, they still constitute a key part of the security architecture. And in my presentation, I would like to focus and examine the role and the manner in which they shape the regional security in the Indo-Pacific through their involvement in the alliance with the United States and their commitment to multilateral institutions connected to security in the Indo-Pacific. I would like to show that although we can say that they follow a similar path, there are some distinct differences between their approaches to the security and to their alliances with the United States. I would like to start by examining Australia, which has committed itself to diverse multilateral institutions. For instance, the so-called Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, in short for Quad, which comprises Australia, United States, Japan, and India. It emerged after the Indian Ocean tsunami of 2004, and it officially became a multilateral institution of dialogue in 2006. Initially, it focused on issues such as security, economic issues, and health problems. And its aim was to facilitate cooperation and to promote dialogue to foster mutual and joint responses to crisis in the Indo-Pacific. However, what needs to be stressed is that it's not an alliance, it's an alignment. And the majority of parties to this multilateral forum were reluctant to refer to it as an alliance, rather as an alignment or just an informal forum. However, the turning point of this multilateral format was in 2020/2021, when concerns about China's rising power became apparent and imminent. And so leaders and the parties to this format stressed the need to comprehensively approach this issue of a rising threat from China. And so in November 2020, the first joint maritime military exercises took place, and all the leaders committed to closer talks and to comprehensively embrace the issue that is at stake here. Also recently in 2021, Australia, United States, and UK signed a deal, the so-called AUKUS deal, which is a trilateral security pact aimed at fostering Australia's submarine capabilities and ultimately deterring China. It revolves around two pillars, the first one being the acquisition and development of the SSNs, so the so-called ship-submersible nuclear, which are conventionally armed but nuclear-powered submarines. And within this institutional framework, Australia is to receive new submarines. And the second pillar focuses on the exchange of technology and information and intelligence between these three countries. And it needs to be stressed that the direct goal of this format is to increase cooperation and development between these countries. However, the ultimate goal is also to deter and at the same time to contain People's Republic of China. And these two multilateral formats are complemented by the so-called Five Eyes Alliance, which is quite a unique institution composed of Australia, United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and New Zealand. And its aim is to facilitate security and combating global threats, global issues through exchanging intelligence and information. However, at the centerpiece of Australia's security and foreign policy has always been the alliance with the United States, which is key for Australia's position and in the Indo-Pacific region. And here I would like to name the biennial military drills, which are organized by the United States and Australia, as well as the so-called Osman talks, which are ministerial consultations between the foreign and security secretaries of the United States and Australia. And here, this year, Australia published the so-called new Defense Strategic Review, which underscores the commitment and the importance of the alliance between Australia and the United States. And in that very document, United States is referred to as an ally of Australia, and at the same time, New Zealand, which is also quite a close partner of Australia, is just referred to as a partner, which here we can see this asymmetry between how Australia approaches its relationship and partnership with the United States and other actors. And now I would like to move to the case of South Korea, which in 2017, the administration adopted the so-called New Southern Policy, which was then transformed into New Southern Policy Plus. And within this policy, South Korea focused on bilateral relations with India and the ASEAN countries. And however, it failed to consider the region, the Indo-Pacific region as a whole, and it preferred to focus on bilateral relations with countries and focus more on the countries and that are closer when it comes to geographic position to the South Korea, and prioritize relations with the ASEAN countries, to a certain extent neglecting its relations with India or Australia. At the same time, traditionally, it was the Korean Peninsula and bilateral relations that dominated the discourse and the security debate in South Korea, in South Korea's case, and little room was given for wider security policy, embracing partners such as Japan, Taiwan, or Australia. At the same time, Moon Jae-in's present administration prioritized dialogue and the so-called engagement-driven policy towards North Korea, prioritizing dialogue and not relying on deterrence and alliance with the United States. For instance, this less confrontational, rather benign approach was exemplified in promoting the so-called comprehensive military agreement with North Korea, or decreasing deterrence from the United States and South Korea's part. They muted the scale and the scope of combined theater-level military drills, focused more on defensive training rather than on deterrence training, and at the same time made its forces and alliance with the United States seem less threatening to North Korea. They didn't want to provoke North Korea, and they prioritized avoiding the escalation, any possible escalation. However, when in 2022, last year, and Yoon Suk-yeol president came into power, at the same time he preserved this approach characterized by dialogue and consultations. However, he transformed this engagement-driven policy into the so-called defense-led policy, and once again turned its attention into deterrence. South Korea, at the time of Yoon Suk-yeol's presidency, South Korea prioritizes the alliance with the United States and has expressed its will to regularize the military drills with Washington, at the same time resuming the extended deterrence strategy and comprehensive consultative group with Washington. And what also needs to be stressed, you've probably heard this year about the trilateral summits between Japan, United States, and the Republic of Korea that happened in Camp David a couple of months ago. And it's an unprecedented step, a milestone in the relations between the United States, Japan, and North Korea and South Korea. And here I would like to draw your attention to two distinctive facts. First, the South Korea and Japan have overcome historical grievances, showing their shared commitment to security and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, at the same time being united to address jointly the rising threat from China. Traditionally, the Republic of Korea concentrated on the threats posed by the Democratic Republic of North Korea, and Seoul has been quite hesitant to clearly addressing the threat of China, not wanting to damage its relations with the biggest economic partner. However, at the Camp David, all of the three sides, so the United States, Seoul, and Tokyo, expressed their will and political commitment to institutionalize their trilateral cooperation and to jointly address the issue of China and North Korea.
Mr. Jakub, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have 1 minute to conclude, okay?
Yes,
because
that's
short of time.
The last slide of the presentation. So to recapitulate and to summarize my presentations, traditionally for South Korea, the main friend has been the North Korea, while for Australia it was China. In its security and foreign policy, South Korea has prioritized bilateralism, while Australia has committed to trilateral and multilateral institutions and formats in the Indo-Pacific. And at the same time, while South Korea has sought to somehow hedge between the United States and China, Australia has been prioritizing its long-standing investment in the alliance with the United States. And it has only been recently that South Korea and Seoul administration have sort of returned to their long-standing alliance with the United States. However, it is clear, and it goes without saying, that both countries are deeply committed to elevating security and stability of the Indo-Pacific region. And at the same time, the alliance with the United States constitutes the centerpiece and the ironclad commitment of both administrations. With that being said, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any remarks and any questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Barbara Midziak, also from our faculty and from the interfaculty individuals human studies, and also representing the Students Association of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency Ambassador, professors, esteemed professors, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. Following in the footsteps of my friend, I would like also to take this really broad matter of MICTA as a whole to a detail. Well, maybe not a detail, but a really pressing issue that we are all facing right now. That is migration. And I would like to explore more in depth Mexico's role in shaping regional and global migration policies. An inspiration for my presentation here is the Latin American Summit on Migration that has happened just last Sunday, 22nd of October. It was held in Palenque in Mexico, and presidents of course, Mexico, but also Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, and the Prime Minister of Haiti were present on this summit. It is a really hard moment for general global migration, but also for migration, especially in this region. In 2023, 1.7 million migrants arrived at the US-Mexico border. Just in September of this year, to Mexico arrived 60,000 migrants from Venezuela, 35,000 migrants from Guatemala, and 27,000 from Honduras. The elections in the USA are approaching, So it is a really important issue being discussed right now. The president of Mexico, López Obrador, told this committee that met on Latin American Summit of Migration that it's not an issue that concerns only Mexico. It's a structural issue, and we need to face it this way. It's a try of internalization, of regionalization of this pressing issue. We need to agree, he continued, on migration policy because we can do many things ourselves. It is a call for regional cooperation, of course, with United States, however, not necessarily with them as a primary focus. The region, Latin America by itself, can do much. As Professor Schiavon mentioned before, MICTA countries are seen as leaders of their regions, and Mexico, in this sense, in this matter, is definitely a leader of Latin American region. Mexico's proposals presented on the summit is a three-pronged approach. The first one are economic programs in Latin American countries that will be funded by Latin American countries. The second is addressing USA sanctions on Venezuela and Cuba. It's also a matter that the region needs to discuss. And the third is a try of creating a stable and legal paths for migrants wanting to enter UK. Mexico's role of a regional leader may be paving a new way of dealing with migration crisis, not only in this region, but in the whole world. MICTA also had a lot to say on migration. In the last presidency, in the Turkey's chairmanship in 2022, Turkey put special emphasis on effective migration management. Each of MICTA countries is to some extent affected by migration crisis, and every country presents different policies to address it. They can and they surely do use each other's experiences because they share certain values. There was a lot said today about how MICTA countries are different from one another, but they do share a similar value core. And I think these values are really perfectly expressed in joint communique of 23rd MICTA Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi this year, in March of this year. MICTA acknowledges that root causes of displacement must be addressed between long-term and sustainable solutions and responsibility sharing with the countries most affected by forced and irregular migration flows. MICTA countries are ensuring full respect for their human rights and fundamental freedoms. That is this core value that all of these countries share. These countries, especially Mexico, have potential of paving the way, the new way of dealing with growing migration crisis, as I have mentioned. And as Poland is now one of the hotspots of the global migration map, I think we also have a lot to learn and contribute to this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. And now it's my turn, but we are very short for time. Still, I will share with you with two short observations, which I find really important. Of course, much has been already said on the topic during previous panels and in this panel as well. But in my short intervention, I would like to draw your attention to two more important circumstances. One is that the MICTA group has a diverse membership, as we have already discussed, in terms of culture, socio-economic structure, geography, and everything, which lends it a unique perspective, and it can be a challenge, but it also can be a great value, because as Professor Schiavon told us, it builds bridges between developed and developing world, which is a real value today, and provide a reasonable alternative. So it is a cross-regional values-based partnership with several key commonalities, and is of great importance in today's complex world, which is full of compound, multifaceted, and multi-level challenges. this is just one short remark that I would like to make, and the other one, the second point I would like to refer to is the issue of internationalization of universities across the world, which is one of our basic values here at the University of Warsaw. And as you can see here at this room, we have students from many countries all across the world, and our students are really interested in international cooperation. And also, as you could listen to some short interventions of our students, you can be sure that our students are really open to the world and share their opinions and are interested in MIKTA initiatives or MIKTA-like initiatives, because that's the only one. So once again, responsible internationalization is our responsibility. Universities, but also governments, but also diplomacy, but also politicians and all the world. Responsible internationalization is also one of the priorities of our university, but also of the entire higher education system in Europe, in MIKTA countries and the whole world. And today, internationalization is perhaps more important than ever. For the challenges we face cannot be solved by any one single person, any one group research, or even one university on one nation alone. We need to stand together if we are to solve the major challenges of our time: climate change, refugee crisis, or mass migration, as Mrs. Midiak referred to. The battle for sustainable solutions, wars, instability, or growing geopolitical threats, disinformation or cyber attacks, exclusion, discrimination, and lack of openness to diversity. These are challenges, even more dangerous, that are already destabilizing the world. So in this respect, internationalization and cooperation between students, their openness to the world, concerns each and every one of us. In the more and more competitive world, international skills make our students and researchers more attractive in the future and give them broader opportunities and our research outcomes more relevant to the world. It expands our perspective, it gives us a chance to gain new insight and knowledge, and inspires us to reflect on the justification of our own beliefs and values. And it is extremely valuable experience, and I find that this also is the responsibility of MIKTA countries today. Let me end here. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we'll have just 3 minutes for your comments or maybe questions. So the floor is yours if you would like to comment or ask anything. Not really, so maybe it's time to just to end the session. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joanna. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a very interesting session, and thank you very much for all the panelists. I mean, the big applause for all of them. I mean, we have really the unique panel with Mexico and Indonesia. I mean, the time difference, please imagine. So it's very rare, but thank you, MIKTA, for really creating such an opportunity. So just the panel around the world in 45 minutes, and this is really something memorable. Excellency, excellencies, I would say, because we have also not Madam Ambassador, but we have also former ambassadors of Poland to MIKTA countries among us. Professors, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. First of all, to MIKTA embassies for your cooperation. Thank you very much, the Students Association, which is also a unique exercise to have free Students Association in one place. So thank you, Joanna, for inspiration, because you inspire us to have so many students on board. And also I would like to express my thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the support. We have here the Deputy Director of Economic Cooperation from the ministry. I discussed it with my friends from the ministry, and also they supported, and also to some extent they inspired us, thanks to the conversation Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland had with MIKTA foreign ministers last year. As our Professor Maciej Raś at the very beginning of the conference said, we are experts. I mean, our faculty is an expert in organizing unique sessions and unique events. So this one was the first one in Poland ever organized on MIKTA. So we are looking forward. We can really have the conference with the participation of all the people from all the continents. We are also expecting some maybe inspiration from students. Please don't be afraid, and please approach us. And I really believe that your interest now in MIKTA as a platform, and also MIKTA countries, thanks also to the embassies, not only through the participation here, spiritual participation, but also material participation, which I would like to thank you very much, MIKTA embassies, to share with us the delicacies from your cuisine, which was also very, very unique experience for many of us. So I would say thank you for today, and I wish you sunny weather this evening, and hopefully see you soon at the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies for another unique academic event. Thank you.
And really big applause to Mr. Ambassador Łukasz for his efforts and time. Okay, I'm sorry to say, but we have to stand up and go now. Thanks a lot.